Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome you to the dairy show this year. In the ring currently is Class 1 starter steers weighing from 195 to 262. I'd like to introduce our judge, Ross Pearson. He graduated from Purdue University with a degree in agricultural systems management. He judged on the Purdue livestock team under Matt Clays. Ross grew up on a small farm in Rochester, Indiana, where he raised and showed show cattle. Today, he still raises and shows show cattle for our annual Hoosier Daddy Club calf sale, where calves compete on local and national levels.
It's a pleasure to be here this morning, and really excited to be here, especially in this brand new building for Tippecanoe County. And again, just a pleasure to be out here judging and evaluating these young men and women, as well as the livestock. Our first class here of feeder steers, two different kinds that are unique, and you like different pieces about each of them. The young man steer up here in front got a really attractive steer from that shoulder, head, and neck region. Really sets that up nice. Very attractive steer from the side. The black and white steer, probably your pounds heavier steer, a little bit more expressive up high and especially behind, got a little bit more just overall body mass. He's going to go ahead and win your class. This will be second place.
First place goes to Gabriel Lehman, and second place goes to Landon Gould. In the ring now is Class 2 Spring Heifer Calves Ayrshires. Our heifers today are judged by Bryce Burke. He graduated from Purdue with a degree in animal sciences with concentrations in agribusiness management. He grew up in North Liberty, Indiana on a small 40-cow dairy made of Holsteins and Brown Swiss. Today, he has a small 20-cow herd of show cattle made up of Holsteins, Brown Swiss, Guernseys, which they compete at local, state, and national levels. While at Purdue, he was active in the Purdue Dairy Club, where he was the sale manager for 2 years. Judged in high school, he judged on the dairy judging team and judged at 3 national contests, which were the World Dairy Expo, the All-American, and the North American. Please give our judges a round of applause.
Just one heifer here in the Spring Ayrshire class. Really love this heifer, the growth that she has for her age. You do love that strength of top line that she has. When she walks out, she does get you with that style and that depth and sweep of rib. I do like the correctness from hooks to pins. I did say when she gets out on the move a little bit, she does tend to hike those pins up a little bit. Other than that, a really nice growthy heifer for her age. Congratulations.
First place goes to Braden Gould. Entering the ring now is Spring Heifer Calves Brown Swiss.
calf class here in the Brown Swiss. Started off with this nice, powerful heifer. The one thing that really caught my eye about her is she's good size for her age and that hardness up top. She has that depth of barrel as well. When you stand in front of her, she has that width throughout that chest, the barrel, and pins. I did tell a young lady that I'd like to tuck her tail head down just a little bit, just so it's a little neater. She walks out on a great set of feet and legs. She'd have more flex in the hock. Did tell a young man coming out here in second, I really love the style to this heifer. However, when she gets out on the move, she likes to break behind that chine just a little bit, but I do admire that width that she has and that spring of rib for such a young calf. Coming down in the third, the heifer that I moved up here, one thing that really caught my eye about her when she's on the move and she wants to act right, she has that hardness up top, which got her over this heifer coming out here in fourth. I said I do like the depth of body and the depth of rib on this heifer. Just breaks behind that chine once again to be moved up any higher. And I do like coming out here in fifth here, this nice heifer. You love that length that she has from nose to pins. Just when she gets out on the move, just doesn't have a nicer set of feet and legs to be moved up today. And that slope from hooks to rumps, we would like to level that out a little bit more. But really nice class. Congratulations to all.
Class 3 placings. First goes to Morgan Newton. Second, Adam Reilly. Third, Caitlin Springer. Fourth, Peyton Roller. And fifth, Charlie Kane. In the ring now is Jersey Spring Heifer Calves.
Just two calves here in the Jersey Spring calf class. Start off the class that the calf that has the most style, that blending of parts, that hardness up top, correctness from hooks to pins, and stepping on a nicer set of feet and legs. You're having more flex of the hock, stepping on a stronger set of pasterns. Taking nothing away from the second place calf. You really love that style that she has as well. The one thing that she does lack is that hardness up top and that blending of parts, but nothing wrong with another nice heifer. Congratulations.
First place goes to Emma Townsend. Second place, Rachel Townsend. In the ring now is Class 5 starter steers weighing 350 to 391.
certainly a nice class of Holstein starter calves in here. You got three different calves, and really three different kinds. Young man, smaller frame steer up here, really attractive from the profile. He catches your eyes really as soon as he comes in. Really looks good. You can certainly appreciate different aspects of him. He's big in his top. He's big from behind. Young man's brown Swiss influence steer, got a lot of good pieces. A bigger frame steer than the one in the front. Maybe you could argue that he's a little bit deeper in terms of his overall rib, maybe a little bit more boldness of rib there. Young man's Holstein steer in the back here, another big frame steer, probably the pounds heavier steer in this class. Certainly can't take anything away from him. Stands with a lot of power up high and from behind. That being said, the young man up front is going to go ahead and win your class. Young man's Holstein steer is going to be second. Brown Swiss is going to be third. Thank you.
First place goes to Andrew Reilly. Second place, Walker Andrews. Third place, Walker Andrews. Coming into the ring now is Brown Swiss Winter Heifer class.
So nice class here, Brown Swiss heifer calves. Really love this first place heifer. I had second place first for a while. I love that heifer when she's out on the move. However, the first place one here just pulls it all together today. She has that strength throughout that chest, that width throughout that barrel. You stand behind her, and she has that width throughout that pins as well. When you stand behind her, she also has a nicer set of feet and legs, tracking straighter when viewed from the behind. Coming out in second here is a really nice heifer, very similar to the first place heifer. When you pull her in line, she just breaks behind that top line of that chine. Once you smooth that up, it should be great. Moving out to the third place heifer here, I really love this heifer, very stylish heifer. She is smaller in her stature, however, you do love that dairyness that she has and that blending of parts, and that spring and depth of rib. Just like to have her step on a nicer set of feet and legs, showing more straighter when she's viewed from behind. Coming out here in fourth, a really nice heifer again. You'd like to deepen that body a little bit, straight across that top line, level out those hooks to pins. Coming out in fifth here, a really nice stylish heifer. I told the young lady, you'd like to move those thurls up a little bit to level out that rump, make her track a little nicer, but just a really stylish heifer. Then coming out here next is a nice heifer. You love that width that she has in that barrel and that spring of rib. Like to deepen her body a little bit and have her track from nice when your side profile. Coming out here next, a really nice heifer that you love, that length from nose to tail. However, she just needs to body down a little bit more and show more spring of rib and make that tail head nicer setting to be moved up today. Congratulations to all.
First place goes to Caleb Klemek. Second goes to Hunter Verhey. Third goes to Marcus Kane. Fourth, Corey Klemek. Fifth, Cecilia Pearl. Sixth, Rylan Hamilton. And seventh, Grace Klinkhammer. Coming into the ring now is Holstein winner heifer calves.
nice class of Holsteins here. Started off with this heifer here that just puts it all together today. She's got that width throughout that chest, the width throughout the barrel and pins, showing what spring and depth of rib. Calling out in second here, nice heifer that follows her as well. She does have that width as well. I will grant that she is a little cleaner throughout the crops region. Just doesn't have that drop to rib to be moved up today. Coming out in third here, the heifer that I moved up, when she's out on that move, you really do admire that. I made that switch there at the end because when you view her from the side, she does have a nicer set of feet and legs, walking with more ease and grace. Taking nothing away from the heifer coming out here. And next, you would just like to drop those pins a little bit and have a little more set to those legs and have her track a little straighter when you view from the behind. Coming out in here, I really do love the condition of this heifer. You like to level out that rump from those hooks to pins, raise those pins a little bit, maybe move those thurls forward a little more to level out that and move her up. Really nice heifer, though. Coming out here next, a really nice stylish heifer. You do admire that depth of body that she has and that hardness up top. Once again, you just like to change those rear feet and legs when viewing from the rear. Have her track a little straighter. Taking nothing away from this long heifer down here, you love that condition and that hardness up top up until that rump region. You'd like to level that out quite a bit and change her feet and legs when viewed from the side and the rear. Just give her a little less set, a little post-eared, and stepping down on a stronger set of pastures. But other than that, a really nice class. Congratulations.
First place goes to Caitlin Springer. Second place goes to Peyton Roller. Third, Hannah Hart. Fourth, Shelby Valles. Fifth, Molly Gallama. Sixth, Riley Goodwin. And seventh, Ian Baker. Coming into the ring now is starter steers weighing 436 to 544 pounds.
Another really nice class of feeder steers out here. Young man steer up here in first place, a really solid, complete steer. Man, you really look at an attractive steer from the profile and you get behind him, you're certainly not disappointed. He's got plenty of power up high and from behind for such a steer at his age. One that's just got so much body and boldness of rib. Man, he's deep in his heart, he's deep in his flank. One that gets out and moves really, really well out of either end of a skeleton. A great steer to go ahead and start this class. Young man's taller steer here in second. Got a lot of nice features to him. Probably sets a little neater and from his shoulder up through his neck and head. You can certainly appreciate him for that extra frame score. One that you'd like to see with a little bit more power up high and behind. Certainly could add a little bit more body to him to go ahead and compete with that steer in first. Young man, solid black steer coming out in here in third. A steer that you like in terms of bits and pieces of him. One you'd like to probably see a little bit more level across his top. You'd like to see him again with a little bit more power. Certainly wouldn't mind cleaning him up in that front 1/3 to move him up any higher today. Thank you.
First goes to Andrew Reilly, second, Austin Hensley, and third, Gabriel Lehman. Coming into the ring now is Class 9 Ayrshire Fall Heifers.
Just one heifer out here for the Ayrshire fall calf class. Really nice heifer, growthy heifer for an October calf. You do admire that spring of rib that she has, and that depth of rib as well. I told the young lady you'd like to widen her out throughout that chest and barrel and pins, and change her feet and legs to track a little straighter when viewed from behind, but a really nice heifer. Congratulations.
First place goes to Kennedy Gould. Coming into the ring now is Class 10 Brown Swiss Fall Heifers.
Three really nice heifers here in the brown Swiss fall class. I really love this first place heifer. You have to admire that uphill run that she has and that hardness up top and just that overall correctness. She has that power throughout that barrel. You stand behind her in more spring and depth of rib. Correctness from hooks to pins and walking out on a nice set of feet and legs, you're having a stronger set of pasterns and walking straighter when viewed from behind. Taking nothing away from this second place heifer, you really admire the style and dariness and silkiness of hide this heifer has. However, I do grant that first place heifer, she just has that harder top when she walks out. The second place heifer tends to break right in the chine and behind the loin, but taking nothing away from the nice silky hided heifer. Coming out in third here, really nice long heifer. Just like to give her more depth of body, more depth of rib, and correct that tail head setting a little neater to make it a more stylish appearance, but a really nice class. Congratulations.
First place goes to Kennedy Alkire. Second place, Skylar Sheets. And third place, AJ Klinkhammer. Entering the ring now is Class 11 Holstein Fall Heifer Calves.
So in your Holstein fall class, all sorts of heifers out here. You admire them all for all their quality that they have. I'm starting out with this silky dairy heifer here. She's got that hardness up top and that uphill run. She's the cleanest heifer in the class over that chine throughout that top and into the thigh. You do admire that depth of body that she has. We'd like to give her a little less set to those legs for her to track out a nicer gait when walking. Taking nothing away from the second place calf, really admire this heifer for her rump and that width that she has throughout, and that's really what gets her up here. You admire that width that she has throughout that chest and that barrel and that rump structure she has. It's very square cut. Taking nothing away from this heifer, you really want to admire this heifer for her width that she has throughout her barrel and chest. However, right when you get behind her, those pins are just a little too close. You like to change those rear set of feet and legs when viewed from the side and the rear to have her track with a little more ease and grace. Coming out next year, I told the young lady I really love this heifer. When she's out on the move, she pulls it all together. I told her she's my problem heifer in the class because right when she gets in line, she just kind of pulls herself and slumps when she's in line, but pulls it all together when she's on the move. Really nice, stylish heifer. She just kind of falls apart when she gets in line. Taking nothing away from this heifer down here. Once again, she just kind of sways in that back when she's pulled in line, but once you get her out of the move, that hard top, and you do admire that depth of body she has. Just like to pull herself together when she's in line. Really nice class. Congratulations.
First place goes to Jaylee Lohmeyer. Second, Caroline Kane. Third, Corbin Bullhofer. Fourth, Ayanna Tyler. And fifth, Morgan Newton. In the ring now is Class 12 Jersey Fall Heifers.
So in the Jersey Fall Calf class today, starting off with the most complete heifer, you love the style of this heifer. She's got that width throughout that front end, and that width throughout that barrel, and that Springer rib, and that dairy silkiness hide that she has. She's the hardest stopped heifer in the class, also being the youngest calf in class and doesn't lack in size at all. I mean, you do admire those feet and legs that she has when viewed from the side and the rear. She tracks with more ease and grace, and she does have the best set of feet and legs in the class today. Moving on to the second heifer here, you really admire this heifer for the width that she has when you get behind her. She has that that capacity in that barrel and that Springer rib. I told the young lady that she's a really nice heifer. You'd like to change that tail head a little bit. Also change her feet and legs when viewed from the side. Taking nothing away from this third place heifer, told the young man that when you get him on the move, that she's actually has a better rump and tail head setting than that second place heifer, but just lacks that width throughout that barrel to be moved up any higher today. Coming down to this other heifer here, you really like this heifer, the condition that she's in. You'd like to widen her out through that chest and correct the levelness of rump, moving up those pins and moving forward those thorougghs a little bit more and correct that tail head setting. Just needs to track a little nicer when viewed from the side and the rear. But nice class of Jersey calves. Congratulations.
First place goes to Emma Townsend. Second place, Rachel Townsend. Third place, Rachel Townsend. And fourth place, Emma Townsend. Coming into the ring now is Class 13 starter steers weighing 562 to 589.
Another good class of starter feeders out here. I want to go ahead and commend these two men in the back. Their steers have been a little bit more challenging out here today, but they've hung on and done a really, really good job with them and getting them where they need to be the best that they can. Young man's Holstein Influence steer up here in first, probably the more complete steer of the class. Really balanced. You like the way he sets up. He's super smooth in that shoulder up into that neck and head set. Comes level out of that shoulder. Really flows together from that shoulder back. He's deep in his flank and he's deep in his heart. Offers plenty of power. One that you can appreciate in terms of the overall show appeal. He's got that look that adds just a little bit more to him. Young man's Brown Swiss Influence steer out here. Got a lot of pieces here that you like. I'd like to see him a little bit more level up high, maybe with a little bit more depth and boldness of rib to compete with that steer in first. But a steer, no matter, gets out, and when he does move in the right way, does track really well out of either end of a skeleton, still got some power up high to go ahead and compete for that second spot. Young man steer out here in third. A really nice frame steer. Very level and square up through his top and down through that hip. you can certainly appreciate them. And for those in that aspect, one that you just need a little bit more powered up, a little bit more time on feed to go ahead and compete for any higher today. Thank you.
First place goes to Adam Reilly, second place Elijah Mosley, and third Levi Stevenson. In the ring now is class 14 Brown Swiss Summer Yearlings.
Just two heifers here in the summer yearling class. Starting off with this big growthy heifer, taking nothing away from this off-age heifer coming out in second. This first place heifer just puts it all together today. That hardness up top, that correctness from hooks to pins, and she gives that depth of body and more strength throughout that chest, barrel, and pins. She steps out on a decent set of feet and legs, walking straighter when viewed from the side and the rear. Taking nothing away from the second place heifer, I will grant that she's a cleaner cut individual than this first place heifer, but just needs that hardness up top and correctness of rump structure to be moved up any higher today. She also does have a nice set of feet and legs as well. Congratulations to you both.
First place goes to Teresa Smith, second place Jacob Lohmeyer. Coming into the ring now is class 15 starter steers weighing 625 to 668.
little bit tougher of a starter feeder class out here. Got some pieces, again, some give and take with each animal up in this lineup. There's different pieces that I like, and obviously we're going to go ahead and go through that. Young lady steer up here in first place. So really, again, the complete steer of the class. He's got some power and some shape up high. I really like him in terms of his power from behind. He's still got some style, smoothness of shoulder up into that front 1/3, plenty of depth of body and boldness of rib. A good steer to go ahead and start this class. Young lady steer in second. A really, really eye-catching steer, and I really like this steer for a lot of different reasons. He's a little bit smoother in terms of his makeup. He gets put together a little bit better from that shoulder back. He's certainly got some boldness of rib. I'd like to see him with a little bit more body, maybe a little bit more power from behind to go ahead and move up any higher. Young man steer here in third place, probably the largest footed steer of the class, one that you can appreciate in that standpoint. He's got some body to him. He's got some power up high. I'd like to see him maybe with a little bit more depth and a little bit more power to go ahead and compete with those two ahead of him. Young man's Holstein steer here in fourth place. A steer that you can appreciate for his boldness of rib. He's got some body to him. He's a little bit bigger frame steer, and maybe that works to his disadvantage. I'd like to see him with a little bit more power over up top and behind, one that gets out and tracks really well out of either end of his skeletons. Young man steer that comes out in fifth, a steer that's got some smoothness of shoulder, one that's got some depth of rib and some in his heart and his flank, one you'd like to correct out of that top line down into his hip, make him a little bit more square so he uses those back legs a little bit better to move up any higher today. Thank you.
First place goes to Grace Klinkhammer. Second, Kennedy Alkire. Third, AJ Klinkhammer. Fourth, Chris Campbell. And fifth, Levi Stevenson. In the ring now is Ayrshire Spring Yearlings.
Just one spring yearling Ayrshire here. Really nice heifer in her own right. You admire that strength that she has throughout that chest, that barrel, and those fins. She tracks on a nice set of feet and legs, walking straight from when viewed from the rear. I told you like to clean her up through that head and neck, behind the shoulders. She is a yearling here. She's getting ready to get bred. I'm told you'd like to drop those fins just a little bit because when she gets on the move, she likes to hike them up just a little bit, strengthen out that loin. But really nice heifer in her own right. Congratulations.
First place goes to Katie Willoughby. Entering the ring now is Class 17 Brown Swiss Spring Yearlings.
Just two brown Swiss heifers out here. I told the young ladies very similar heifers have a lot that you like about them. A lot that you like about them. Both great set of feet and leg heifers. On this first place heifer just pulls it all together today. She's stronger across that top, nicer tail head setting. She gives you more dairy quality and appearance and style to her. She has more depth of rib, showing more spring and sweep of rib as well. You do admire that dairy quality. Like I said, she's a cleaner cut individual, be more prominent in those pin bones. Has a nicer set of feet and legs, tracking with more ease and grace, been viewed from the hind due to her stepping out on a stronger toe and deeper heel. Taking nothing away from this big, tall heifer coming out in second here. You love that length that she has from nose to pins. You would like to just give her more depth of body and clean up that tail head setting to move up to any higher today. But a really nice set of feet and legs on this heifer as well. Congratulations to you both.
First place goes to Kelsey Veldheisen. Second place, Alex Baker. In the ring now is Class 18 starter steers weighing 710 pounds.
A nice single entry here to go ahead and keep going with our starter feeder steers. A steer that you can appreciate in terms of his power up high and certainly when you get behind. This guy does not lack body. He's deep in his heart, deep in his flank, plenty of boldness of rib. I would like to smooth him up a little bit in that shoulder, maybe extend that neck just a little bit, add a little bit more attractiveness to him, but a really good one entry class. Congratulations.
First place goes to Adam Reilly. Coming in the ring now is Class 19 Ayrshire Winter Yearling.
Just one Ayrshire here in the winning yearling class. Told the young lady that really nice heifer in her own right. She has a good parts to her once you start breaking her down. Not acting as well as you'd like today, but a really hard top heifer, correctness from hooks to pins. Love that depth of body. I said you like to clean her up a little bit right in that chine and through that thigh and rump region. Told the young lady you just like clean her up and everything. Really nice heifer in her own right. And you really do admire those width throughout that pins that she has. Just wish she'd cooperate a little better today. Congratulations.
First place goes to Katie Willoughby. In the ring now is Class 20 Brown Swiss Winter Yearlings.
Just one brown Swiss winter yearling here. I told the young man you really like this heifer for that length that she has from nose to pins. Might want to thin her up a little behind those shoulders and in that thigh. But you do love that dairy quality that she has. You can see that rib and that depth of rib that she has. That length that she has from her hooks to her pins and that width throughout the pins. She walks on a nice set of feet and legs too. Might want to give her, when you viewed from the rear, just have her track a little straighter with more ease and grace. But a really nice heifer in her own right. Congratulations.
First place goes to Adam Reilly. In the ring now is Class 21 finished steers, placing 1100.
A nice single entry here to go ahead and start our finished steer show. One that you like in terms of not a lot of things overly wrong with this steer. He's got a lot of good pieces to him. He's smooth-shouldered. He fits really well from that shoulder back. He's level-topped. I'd like to see him maybe a little bit more level-hipped. He does get out and track pretty well out of either end of his skeleton. I just wish there was more of the steer, more up top and definitely a little bit heavier conditioning for today. But a really nice single entry class to go ahead and start this show.
First place goes to Gabriel Lehman. Coming in the ring now is Class 22 Guernsey Fall Yearlings.
Just one Guernsey out here today. You really admire that uphill run this Guernsey has and that length that she has from nose to pins, that depth of body and that depth of rib that she has as well. She also has that strength and power throughout that front end, that barrel and pins, which we really need in the Guernsey breed. Told the young lady, you'd like to just tuck that tail head down in there in those pins a little bit, just give her a nice, more stylish appearance, but a great Guernsey in her own right. Congratulations.
First place goes to Grace Barker. Coming in the ring now is Holstein Fall Yearlings.
just two Holstein heifers here. Really like this first place heifer, that dairy quality that she has. We would like to give her a little more depth of body, but she has that hardness of top and that square cut rump that you love to see, and that length from those hooks to pins. You also do like that her rear set of feet and legs, when viewed from the side and the rear due to her jacking out, more ease and grace. Taking nothing away from the second place heifer, you really love the power. Once you get behind this heifer, that barrel and that width that she has, all those pins, she's just a much stronger, powerful heifer. Howard just needs to be a cleaner cut individual today to carry less flesh to be placed at the top of this class. Congratulations to you both.
First place goes to Ayana Tyler. Second place, Jaylee Lohmeyer. In the ring now is Class 24 finished steers weighing 1416 to 1420.
A really good class of finished steers here. I won't keep them too long. I know they're getting a little frisky. You want to do a little bit dancing, being out here in the sand and stuff. But young man steer up here in first place, a really nice finished steer. You certainly can step back and appreciate in terms of just his overall profile. Man, a smooth-shouldered, big ribbed individual that still got some power and width from behind. Certainly stands on a decent amount of foot and bone, likes to get out and move with an easy amount of flexibility out of either end of his skeleton. You step in to handle him, and you're certainly not disappointed. He's about right where he needs to be in terms of overall conditioning today. A smaller frame steer out here, but definitely the pounds heavier. Good steer to go ahead and start this class. Young lady steer out here in second. Big frame steer. A steer that offers a lot in terms of bits and pieces. He's smoothing that shoulder. He's level topped and pretty good in terms of his hip. I like him in terms of his feet and legs underneath him. A steer that just needs a little bit more up high and a little bit better conditioning to go ahead and compete with that steer in first. Thank you.
First place goes to Adam Reilly. Second place, Molly Galama. Entering the ring now is Class 25 Ayrshire 2-year-old cows.
Just one heifer here in the junior 2 class. Heifer that needs to freshen in yet, but you do love that hardness of tops that she has and that width behind her, and that correctness from hooks to pins. She does have, like I said, she has that width all throughout that chest, barrel, and pins. Walking out on a nice set of feet and legs as well. Congratulations. Just want to see her freshen in a few months.
First place goes to Katie Willoughby. Coming into the ring now is Class 26 Brown Swiss 2-year-old cows.
Just one Brown Swiss Junior 2 here. You really like this cow. Recently fresh cow. Just give her some time to get that rib back, that depth of body, and just widen out that barrel. Just need to get that swelling out. You do admire that forwarder that she has, and a nice set of rear feet and legs. Really nice cow. Just give her some time, and she'll come along nicely. Congratulations.
First place goes to Adam Reilly. Entering the ring now is Class 27 Guernseys.
Just one Guernsey cow. I really like that uphill run that she has and that strength that she has throughout that chest. I would like to thin her up over those shoulders, be more prominent throughout the crops. We do admire that width that she has through those pins, a nice set of feet and legs. When viewed from the side and the rear, just tracking with ease and grace. You like to tighten up that forwarder attachment, give her more correct teat placement on that other floor. But other than that, a really nice cow in her own right. Congratulations.
First place goes to Grace Barker. Entering the ring now is Class 28 Holstein 2-year-old cows.
Just one cow here. Until the young lady, really nice, stylish effort here, doing a couple months. Just that you admire that width that she has, and that when she's on the move, she has that style to her. You'd like to drop those pins a little bit, move those throws a little forward. Nice hard top heifer. Great set of feet and legs. You might want to see a little shorter strides in her, but a really nice cow in her own right. Do here in a little bit. I said you'd like to clean her up in the head and neck, over the shoulders, and through that thigh. But you can't knock this cow that's almost going to be calving here in a month. Congratulations.
First place goes to Caitlin Miller. Entering the ring now is Class 29 milking Shorthorn 2-year-old.
Just one shorty out here for the 2-year-old class. The only shorty in the show, so she'll be your grand as well. Nice effort in her own right. Like to see her calve in, see what she could do. Nice hard top shorthorn. You love that width that she has through that chest, barrel, and pins. And that length from nose to pins, that hardness of top. Correctness of from hooks to pins. Walking on a nice set of feet and legs, too. Like to see a little straighter stride when viewed from the side. However, really nice heifer in her own right. Can't wait to see her calve in, have a future down the road. Congratulations.
First place in Grand Champion Milking Shorthorn goes to Katie Willoughby. Her trophy is sponsored by the Misty Hollow Farm Jay and Karen Cattle. Entering the ring now is Class 30, finished steers weighing 1506 to 1537.
Another nice class of finished steers out here. The young man's Holstein steer out here is going to go ahead and win this class. A steer that is the smaller frame yet pounds heavier steer of the class, and you step in to handle him, and he's big and square over his loin, and you can certainly appreciate him in terms of his conditioning for the day. A steer that you like on the profile as well. Certainly wouldn't mind cleaning him up in terms of his brisket area and going ahead and stretching out that neck and head region, but that's getting awful picky of a nice steer to go ahead and start this class. Young lady steer here in second. A bigger frame steer that's got a lot to him. He's pretty deep in terms of his heart and his flank for his overall frame size. One that you step in and he probably is a little bit on the heavier condition side for today. You'd like to see him stretch out and use those back legs a little bit better and set down with a softer pasture to move up any higher. Thank you.
First place goes to Andrew Reilly. Second place goes to Molly Galama. Entering the ring now is Class 31 Guernsey 3-year-old.
Just one Guernsey cow here. Really love this cow. Almost perfect condition. You do admire that the stature of her. She's a huge cow for the Guernsey breed. You admire that length that she has from nose to tail, the depth of body and the depth of ribs she has. Just like to see a little more strength throughout that barrel, a little more fill. You do admire that strength that she has in that heart. Also like to change those feet and legs, walking with more ease and grace when viewed from the side and the rear. Just a nice statured cow in her own right. Congratulations.
First place goes to Grace Barker. Entering the ring now is Class 32 finished steers weighing 1591 to 1567.
a little bit more competitive class coming out here in the finished steers division. Two steers that are kind of alike in terms of their type and kind. They're very similar in their overall body shape and mass. Just a few nitpicky things to go ahead and separate these two. The steer up front, probably a little bit more of that show appeal like I've been talking about. He strikes me a little bit more, kind of catches my eye a little bit better. Certainly plenty of power up high and from behind. You like him in terms of his overall body. Man, he's really bold and ribbed, and a steer that just sets down on a pretty large set of foot. One that when you definitely step in to handle him, he's right where he needs to be in terms of his conditioning today. A nice steer to go ahead and start this class. Young man's mostly white steer coming out here in second. Again, got some power up high and from behind. You certainly like him in terms of his overall body. He's deep and he's bold. A steer that when you come in and you settle on, put your hands on him, you'd like to see a little bit more days on feed, maybe up his conditioning score a little bit just to meet that steer in first. Nice set of calves. Thank you.
First place goes to Andrew Reilly. Second place, Gabriel Lehman. Entering the ring now is Class 33, Holstein 4-year-old cow.
Just one Holstein cow here. I do love that and admire that uphill run that cow has, that length that she has from nose to pins, and that width that she has through those pins as well. She has a square cut rump, that depth of body. She also steps out on a nice set of feet and legs, having flexed that hock and walking straighter from when viewed from the behind. Really like to see this cow calve in, see what she can do. She has smooth blending forward, and she still has that baination there as a dry cow. You'd love to see her freshen in and see what she can do later on down the road. Congratulations.
First place goes to Hunter Verhey. Entering the ring now is Class 34 finished steers weighing 1614 to 1707.
Again, another really nice class of finished steers out here. Some give and take in our first and second place steers. Young man's Holstein influenced steer out here. Really a level design, smooth shoulder, eye appealing type of steer. Sets down on a pretty good set of feet and legs. One that you like in terms of your power when you get behind him. He's certainly the pounds heavier steer when you come out here, but wears his overall conditioning very, very well. I like him in that area for where he is today. Nothing to take away from this young man's steer in second, a steer that's got a lot of look to him. He's got some power from behind and up high, and certainly probably a little bit more bolder in terms of his rib than that steer had had him. Maybe just gets a little bit outpowered, outgunned. I'd like to see him with a touch more conditioning to go ahead and compete with that steer for first place, but a really nice second place steer. Young man's steer that comes out in her third. Overall, just a steer that needs just a little bit more up high and from behind. You'd like to see him with a little bit more finish, a little bit more cover on those ribs. But a good steer to go ahead and wrap up the class. Thank you.
First place goes to Adam Reilly, second place Elijah Mosley, and third place Elijah Mosley. We're going to be taking a 10-minute break before we start with class 35. In the ring now is Class 35 champion starter steer.
A really nice lineup in these champion starter steers class. Calves, for me, that they put a lot of things together in the right package. There's a lot out here that have a lot of look. They've got a lot of muscle and power. They've got a lot of bone. They do a lot of the right things, especially for some of these calves out here at such a young age. The young man up front, he's got a calf that you really like, and I'm super excited to see him down the road. He's got some good pieces together. He's got plenty of power. Really just a flashy calf that's got a bright future. And there's a couple more calves in here like that. Young ladies, steer puts a lot of things together. Really like him in terms of his shoulder and his head and neck set. And really, again, flashy steer that's kind of got that show eye appeal. He's got some boldness of rib. Young man steer here that we talked about earlier puts a lot of things together. A balanced steer, a complete steer. Young man steer behind him, maybe a little bit bigger framed, a little bit deeper bodied kind of a steer. Again, just one that really kind of catches your eye. Young ladies steer out here. The bigger frame steer, obviously, of our champion drive, but still doesn't give up in terms of competition out here. One that's still got some power up high and over and from behind, certainly got a lot of depth of body. That being said, I'm going to go out here and go ahead and select your champion, your reserve champion feeder calves.
Your champion starter steer is Andrew Reilly, and his trophy is sponsored by the Lafayette Monument Company, which is Cindy Smith. Your reserve champion starter steer goes to Adam Reilly, and his trophy is sponsored by Steve and Deb Kirkove. Entering the ring now is Class 36 champion Ayrshire. After the show has concluded for the day, there is a photo op at the back of the Coliseum.
Really nice Ayrshire show out here. Nothing but quality is out here today. I pulled out the spring yearling, a nice heifer. Love that hardness of top she has and that style to her. Pulled out the winter yearling as well. Nice, another hard top. Love that rump structure on her, walking out on a great set of feet and legs. And pulled the cow out down here that pulls it all together. Hard top cow. Love that slope a little bit from that hooks to pins, that depth of body and that width that she has throughout that chest, barrel, and pins. Walking out another great set of feet and legs. So I'm going to go out and congratulate your champion, reserve champion, and I'll mention in that order. So today, the champion cow over here, she's basically the same stage as all these heifers, unfresh, but she's an individual that pulls it all together today. That hardness of top that you love, that length from hooks to pins, has that tail head setting that's right between those pins, that depth of body, and especially that width that she has throughout that chest, barrel, and pins, walking on a great set of feet and legs. Honestly, a hard placing here, close. And then your reserve is the winter yearling down here. You love that uphill run. Like to thin her up a little bit, clean up her behind that shoulders, over that top line, through that rump, and into that thigh. But you admire her for her style and uphill run. Then coming down with the honorable mention is spring yearling here. Really love her for her style. Like to give her a little more strength throughout that chest, floor, barrel, and pins, but a really nice, stylish individual. Congratulations to you all.
Champion Ayrshire goes to Katie Willoughby, and reserve champion Ayrshire goes to Katie Willoughby. In the ring now is Class 37 champion Brown Swiss.
So your brown Swiss show today. Pulled out actually quite a few here, but these are my favorites here today. Pulled out the March calf here. You love that size that she has to her, that hardness up top, and that depth that she has to that rib and belly. I'd like to change her feet and legs just a little bit, give her less set, but nice calf in her own right. Pulled out the two fall calves here, this hard top, stylish heifer. And you admire that depth of the body that she has and that length from hooks to pins. And those nice set of feet and legs underneath her as well. And then following her is the second place fall calf. You love this calf for that style and silky hide that she has. You'd like to see her a little straighter across that top line, but a nice stylish heifer in her own right. Coming out then is the spring yearling here. You really love this heifer, that hardness up top that she has. She really follows everybody out here quite well. That depth of body, that levelness from hooks to pins, and a great set of feet and legs underneath her as well. Might want to give her a little more power, but she is the clean-cut individual and nice. And then coming out, last one pulled out here is the cow. Got to pull out the cow. She's working harder than anybody else out here. And just fresh, recently fresh. Just need to give her a little more time to get that belly back in that rib and get that swelling out of that udder. But here are my favorites today, and I will go out and congratulate your champion, reserve champion, and honorable mention. So for me today, that fall calf just pulls it all together. She has that style, that hardness of top, that correctness of rump, that depth of body, depth of ribs, spring and sweep of rib, and a nice set of feet and legs to go along with her. Just a really stylish heifer. When she came in into the fall calf class, she caught my eye, and honestly, couldn't take my eyes off her out here. And I think this spring yearling closely follows her as well. She has that same cut and style. Cleaner over that top, super dairy and thin-hided heifer with a bunch of spring and sweep of rib, that depth of body, levelness of rump. And then honorable mention goes to this cow. Just needs some more time. She has all the bright parts there. Just like I said, recently fresh, great set of feet and legs. Just needs more time to get that body back, that body and spring of rib back, and get some of that swelling out of the udder. But a really great representative of the brown Swiss breed. You all should be very proud. Congratulations.
Champion Brown Swiss goes to Kennedy Alkire. Reserve Champion Brown Swiss goes to Shelby Veldhines. And honorable mention goes to Adam Reilly. The Grand Champion Brown Swiss Trophy was sponsored by Ellen Byers. Entering the ring now is Class 38 Champion Guernsey.
just 3 Guernseys out here for the whole Guernsey show. We have the fall yearling out here. Really like this fall yearling, that hardness of top and that correctness that she has overall, that width that she has, what we really need in the Guernsey breed. The 2-year-old cow out here, another hard top individual, and you like that width. You like to clean her up a little bit over those shoulders, over that chine and loin and through that thigh. Great set of feet and legs on her as well. I'd like to see more blooming capacity to that udder. Then you have a 3-year-old cow here. You really like her for that size and just that mass that she has. That levelness from hooks to pins. Might want to change those feet and legs on her, give her a little less set and a little less hocking in. But 3 great individuals for the breed, so I will go out and congratulate your champion, reserve champion, and honorable mention in that order. So as you saw in the Brown Swiss, I'm not one just to pick a cow because she's a cow. When we go into champion and Supreme, you're looking for somebody that can compete and stand more competition. Who's ready for the next level? This yearling down here does it for me. She's got the most complete today. She's got that hardness up top. Might want to tuck down that tail head just a little bit, but she's got that depth of body and that correct slope from hooks to pins and a decent set of feet and legs walking out. And then following her with this 2-year-old over here, a nice cow in her own right. Once again, another hard-topped heifer, deep body. You love that length from hooks to pins. Like to see more blooming capacity that udder and teats more centrally located on that udder floor. But another great cow. Taking nothing away from this 3-year-old down here, you'd like to see more blooming capacity. You do love that stature of her. She is massive when you get in front of her. She has that width throughout that chest, barrel, and pins. Like to change those feet and legs. She likes to hawk in a little bit. You do admire that size. She almost be getting too big for the Guernsey breed. I'm really passionate about the Guernsey breeds. We breed them at home. You do admire that size, but she's getting a little bigger. But congratulations on a nice group here.
Champion Guernsey goes to Grace Barker, and her trophy is sponsored by Julie Grott. Reserve Champion Guernsey goes to Grace Barker. Honorable mention goes to Grace Barker. Entering the ring now is Class 39 Champion Holstein.
the Holstein show here. I pulled out my three favorites. Winter calf here that you love the strength that she has. She's got that depth of rib. Especially when you get behind her, she has that width throughout that barrel and pins. You just admire that strength that she has. And then coming out here, I pulled out the yearling, a nice long heifer, dairy heifer, and you love that rump structure on her. Very stylish heifer that catches your eye. And then down here we have the 5-year-old dry cow. You really love this cow. She's got that hardness up top, that levelness from hooks to pins, and that length from hooks to pins. As well as she's got that depth of heart, girth, and depth of body. She also has considering she's a dry cow, she also does have a smoother blade forward attachment. Love to see her freshen in and a great set of feet and legs for a 5-year-old cow. It's been working quite a while too. So I will go out and congratulate your champion, reserve champion, and honorable mention in that order. So once again, as we go into champion, in my eyes, who's ready to move on to the next level and see more competition, stiffer competition? This yearling does it for me. She is tall, strong. That you love that hardness up top and that levelness from hooks to pins and that style and that dairiness that she has, that rib and spring sweep. She has a great set of feet and legs underneath her as well. I'm going to follow her with this dry cow, who's just working just as hard as the heifers, but you love that hardness up top and that length from hooks to pins and that levelness from hooks to pins with a great set of feet and legs underneath her as well. I think she follows that yearling just as the best here today. I'd love to see her freshen in here in a few months and see what she can do later down the road. And then, as I mentioned, is the winter calf. Really love this calf for that power that she has and that style. She's just too thick today to be placed any higher. Congratulations to everyone.
Your champion Holstein goes to Ayanna Tyler, and her trophy was sponsored by Kelsey and Austin Haywood. Reserve champion Holstein goes to Hunter Verhey, and his trophy is sponsored by Chris and Carol Downard. Honorable mention goes to Caitlin Springer. In the ring now is Class 40 champion Jersey.
just 4 Jersey heifers out here for champion. The 2 March calves and the 2 fall calves. First place March calf, you really love that style that she has to her for being such a young calf and that depth of rib and overall capacity throughout that barrel. Walking out on a great set of feet and legs. Taking nothing away from the second place March calf. Also has that style, clean cut individual. Just needs to be harder across that top line and smoother blending of parts. The fall calf out here, first place fall calf, really love her. She's got that style, that silkiness of hide. Hard top, depth of body and rib. Also so much Springer rib for a young calf as well. Then the second place fall calf, really admire her width that she has throughout that chest, barrel, and pins. Just needs that hardness of top to be placed over this first place. But I will go out and congratulate your champion, reserve champion, and honorable mention in that order. So for champion today, I'm going to go with this first place fall calf. She's got that hardness up top, that length from nose to pins. And she just has the right condition today, not carrying any extra flesh. She has that depth of body and that Springer rib. Ultra stylish heifer. I'm going to follow her with this second place fall calf. Really nice heifer in her own right as well. You do admire that width that she has throughout that chest, barrel, and pins. I like to make her straighter across that top line, tuck that tail head down, and the pins a little neater. But a really nice heifer to follow our champion. And then I went with the spring calf as honorable mention. Really like this calf, that hardness of top that she has. Just doesn't have it all there today to compete with these 2 ultra stylish and wide heifers. Congratulations.
Champion jersey goes to Emma Townsend, and her trophy is sponsored by Greg and Amy Willoughby. Reserve champion jersey goes to Rachel Townsend, and honorable mention goes to Emma Townsend. Entering the ring now is Class 41 champion finished steer.
really competitive last drive here, our finished steers, and some that, again, have a lot of give and take between these steers out here. Young man's whole black steer up here. One that you'd like in terms of his some bits and pieces of him. I just, again, need a little bit more on top, overhead, and from behind, but still a steer that's got some future on down the road. Young man steer here behind that one. One that you like for a little bit of his style. He's certainly big, bold in terms of his rib. He's got some shape up high. He's got some shape up behind. A steer that really fits in well nice here. And then you got a couple bigger steers here in the last three. And there's a little bit of give and take, but really very similar in terms of their shape and kind, and some are a little bit better in their conditioning than others. Some that, you know, you like to see a little bit more power up high, or one that has plenty of power up high. That being said, this is a very, very competitive set of calves out here, and I'm going to hop off here and go ahead and select your champion, your reserve champion, in that order.
Your champion finished steer goes to Adam Reilly. His trophy is sponsored by Brian and Crystal Reilly. Your reserve champion finished steer goes to Andrew Reilly, and his trophy is sponsored by Steve and Janine Planninga.
Really nice set of steers to go ahead and finish out our steer day today here. I've gone through and I've talked through all these calves, and I'd like to do it one more time, but I won't bore you with those details. Let's go ahead and give a hand for all of our exhibitors, young men and women, and all their cattle today. I have to say I am overly impressed with the ability and the capabilities of each showman out here today. I think we only had one calf get loose. That's a record in my book. You guys have held your own very, very well. You show extremely, extremely well. You're very aware of where I am and aware of what you and your animal need to do and what they look like. If I could give any advice, go back and thank your parents, your grandparents, friends and family, anybody that's involved. That made a sacrifice. Even if maybe you don't think they made a sacrifice, thank them anyways. That goes a long way. I can tell you, it feels like a long time ago that I was on the end of the halter, and now I'm on the end of the mic, and I'd love to go back. I definitely took some things for granted, and I implore you guys to go ahead and not do that, and to continue this, and maybe try different avenues, or maybe, you know, if you want to try something different, do it. But again, just a really, really solid set of steers. Solid set of showmen. I know our showmanship here coming up is going to be super, super tough, and I'm not going to lie, I'm intimidated to do it. It's going to be very challenging, and there's a lot of young men and women out here that deserve to go home with the trophy. That being said, I'm going to hop off here, and well, before I do that, let's just go ahead and talk these steers. I got to do it. Our finished steers, there's a lot of give and take. Again, I know I've said it all day today, but that's what it is, right? This is my opinion. This is what I would do in my own place, and what kind of steers that I would want running on my farm. Young man's champion feeder steer. Man, that is a good calf. He is so complete and so well structured. He's got so much depth and style and look, plenty of boldness of rib to him. I'm super excited to see what that steer does into his future. The reserve champion's a close second there. A lot of good pieces again. The champion finished steer comes out. He's big in his top, and he's really, really wide from behind. Steps down on a massive foot of bone. One that's probably a little bit better in terms of his conditioning compared to our reserve champion steer. But it gets really close there. That reserve champion steer, again, really nice steer, a good complete steer that's got a lot of nice pieces to him. That being said, this is a market show, and we are judging based on how things look today. A young man's got an awesome feeder steer. This young man's going to go ahead and win grand champion. This will be your reserve grand champion. Congratulations.
Your grand champion dairy steer goes to Adam Reilly. His plaque is donated by Bruce Burris, and his banner is sponsored by Shug Awards. Your reserve grand champion dairy steer goes to Andrew Reilly. His trophy is sponsored by Andy and Kathleen Klein, and his banner is sponsored by Tony Rozworski. Entering the ring is Class 43 Supreme Champion Female.
We get everything back in line here. I'd like to thank everybody for having me here today, celebrating your 150, and especially in this new building. Really appreciate you guys having me out. Some county fairs, you walk in, you never know what you're going to get into. But I will say here today, I've had to work and sort. Most of these classes didn't just sort themselves out. You guys are definitely making me work. You guys have definitely put in some time in these animals. I can tell it right away. So you guys, congratulations on making me work and actually sort through some stuff and challenge myself a little bit. So I'm going to go out and congratulate a Supreme and Reserve Supreme. You can't pass up this Swiss calf. She is just so much style. When she walked in that fall calf class, you just fell in love with her. She is the most complete today. I'm picking hairs between this jersey and the Swiss. I went back and forth, down on my knees, just trying to see where each calf steps right behind that foot, going out in the front. It was honestly, you could go either way, but for me today, it's the Swiss who puts it all together. She's got that hardness up top, that slope from hooks to pins. And honestly, the thing that really gets it is that Swiss likes to put that tail head down a little more than this jersey. Honestly, right now, they're both not doing it. But when she's on the move, she puts it down in there a little bit more, and you admire that uphill run and just that beautiful set of feet and legs on her. She doesn't miss a beat. You love when you view her from the side, she's tracking straighter with so much ease and grace. And then you view her from behind, and she just steps so squarely beneath each foot. Taking nothing away from this beautiful, stylish jersey calf, I will admit that this jersey has more depth of rib and more spring of rib today. But she just doesn't have that overall style, and like I said, I'm getting nitpicky about what I'm going for. I was down on my knee there trying to see where each calf step, taking nothing away from her. You love that length that she has, but just doesn't have that overall style today. Congratulations to everyone.
Your Supreme Champion female goes to Kennedy Alkire. Her banner is Her banner is sponsored by Hall Justice Law Firm, Suzanne Hall. Your Reserve Supreme Champion female went to Emma Townsend. We'll be taking a 10-minute break before we start showmanship. Entering the ring now is your junior showmanship, which consists of grades 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Go ahead and put your hands together for a really competitive class of junior showmen out here. I know I said it earlier, and I was right. I am very intimidated. There's a lot of young showmen out here that, in my eyes, and especially in the beef world, can compete on a national scale. You guys do a really, really good job of answering questions. You keep good eye contact. You know kind of where you need to be in relative terms to other animals in front of you or beside you. That being said, I think we're going to go ahead and go out here and go ahead and pick our champion and then our 4 honorable mentions.
So I talked to the young lady with the Swiss calf that was our first place beginner showman here. When I went up to talk to her, I just asked her some simple questions. We actually asked all the kids some simple questions, just their what do they like about their animal. That could be parts, their personality. We also asked the birth date, the breed, just very simple and basic questions. The young lady that we started with here, when I asked her a question, I asked what she liked. She gave me terms that I would use at a national contest. She was talking about spring and sweep a rib, that depth of rib, their hooks to pins, very detailed answer. And I also just like the way she handles her animals well. I told her for her size and that size of that heifer, she's put in some work with that heifer. That heifer doesn't push her around. She does a nice job handling her. Congratulations to all of you.
Your champion junior showman goes to Kelsey Veldheisen. Her chair is sponsored by the Hamilton family and Jody Roller. Your junior showman honor group goes to Alex Baker, Riley Goodwin, Landon Gould, and Ayanna Tyler. They are sponsored by Jason and Heather Lohmeyer, as well as Leah and Richard Torbett and Mike Pinto and Aaron Verhey. Entering the ring now is intermediate showman. I'd like to reintroduce our judges. Bryce Burke graduated from Purdue with a degree in animal sciences with a concentration in agribusiness management. He grew up in North Liberty, Indiana on a small 40-cow dairy made of Holsteins and Brown Swiss. Today, they have a small 20-cow herd of show cattle made up of Holsteins, Brown Swiss, and Guernseys, which they compete at local, state, and national levels with. While at Purdue, he was active in the Purdue Dairy Club, where he served as the sales manager for 2 years. In high school, he judged on on the dairy judging team, where he judged at 3 national contests, those being the World Dairy Expo, the All-American, and the North American. Our other judge is Ross Pearson. He graduated from Purdue University with a degree in agricultural systems management. He judged on the Purdue livestock team under Matt Clays. Ross grew up on a small farm in Rochester, Indiana, where he raised and showed show cattle. Today, he still raises show cattle for their annual Hoosier Daddy Club calf sale, where calves compete on local and national levels. Please give a round of applause for our judges. I'd also like to give a big thank you to the Queen and her court for her help today with passing out ribbons and awards. I'd like to introduce them. First, we have your 2020 Miss Tippecanoe County, Lindsay Gwynn. We also have the second runner-up, Caitlin Alkire. First runner-up, Casey Baird. And our 2021 Miss Tippecanoe County, Amanda Pendleton.
So I'd like to give a round of applause to everybody out here. They did a wonderful job, so give them a big round of applause. So since this is such a large class, we pulled out some finalists here. Those of you that are on the side of the ring still, you guys did a great job. With more practice, you will definitely be out in the center of the ring. There's just some things that Ross and I would like to further drive these kids a little bit more. I implore you all just to stay alongside and watch and learn a little bit more. So congratulations to you all. Ross and I are still going to work with the kids in the center a little bit more. So like I said, you guys are honestly really making us work. It's some pretty stiff competition. We kept these young individuals out here. These are the people that stood out to us that handle their animal well. And then also we walked around and asked each individual, what do you like about your animal and what would you change about them? Everybody here pulled out and said something that I would agree with or was even more descriptive than I would have been in looking for. So I congratulate you all. You guys did a nice job of handling your animal as well as knowing what to change and what you like about your animal. So congratulations. I'm going to ask you one last thing. I'm going to let you guys pick anywhere in the ring you guys want to go to set your animal up to where they look the best. And then Ross and I will then choose our champion and then our honorable mention group. So you guys can go scatter about wherever you guys think your animal looks best in the ring. Go ahead and go to that place.
Like Bryce said, as the age increases, so does the competition. And this certainly was a challenging class to go ahead and sort through. Certainly a lot of competitive people out here. Again, I would take to national shows on either dairy or the beef side of things. So we're going to go out here and go ahead and congratulate your champion.
Your intermediate champion showman goes to Grace Klinkhammer. Her chair is sponsored by Sean and Brenda Alkire and John and Shauna Pearl. Your honor group goes to Adam Reilly, Cecilia Pearl, Elijah Mosley, and Skylar Sheets. The honor group was sponsored by Derek and Gretchen Bullhofer, Cindy O'Neill, Tim Goodwin, and John and Wendy Townsend. Entering the ring now is senior showmanship.
go ahead and give this class of senior showmanship a round of applause. Really, really intense class. We asked a little bit more of a more knowledgeable question of, kind of what are the four parts of the stomach, and then if you answered that right, we went in a little bit deeper with some different questions, just to kind of pick your brains and get your knowledge. If you didn't know it, that's all right. I encourage you guys to look that up once you get home, and kind of know that for future references. It's kind of a cool fact. Kind of like we did before, the young women and young ladies and gentlemen in the center are going to stay. Everybody on the outside ring. Nothing against you guys. You did a bang-up job. We're going to go ahead and ask you guys to leave right now. Thank you.
So put your round of applause here for these senior showmen. You guys are honestly making us work. This is very difficult. So we kind of went through that question of, do you know the four chambers of the stomach? To kind of see where a game of base of where everybody was at. Then we went through, pulled them into line, pulled them out again. Ross was watching. I went around and did little critiques on halters and different stuff that I liked and things that I would change on each individual. You guys are very outstanding. I understand we took a little bit more time on this, but in my eyes, you have to take time when you have a group like this. Showmanship isn't really one here in the show arena, it's one at home. You all have obviously put in the work to work with your animal. You know the parts, you're able to handle your animal well, so I congratulate you all on that. The one thing that I would say, like I said, I went around to each one of you, did a little critiques like individually. One thing is when they pull you into line, you don't need to sprint up there, but kind of get up into line. You don't need to do a full-on 100-yard dash and get there, but don't just slowly take your time. Get up there so we can move with the show and everything. But you all did a wonderful job, and then Ross will go out and select our champion and then our 4 honorable mention. You guys all did a really nice job. I will congratulate the young lady. When we went around for that first round of questions, I asked the 4 chambers of the stomach, and she was able to rattle off all 4 right away. And then I asked, which one's the true stomach? And she was the only one that I talked to that was able to get it right. So I congratulate you on your knowledge on that. That really sets you apart. And you guys all handle your animals well. Congratulations.
Your champion senior showman goes to Emma Townsend. Her chair is sponsored by the Mallory, Tebby, and Dutton families. Your honor group is Rachel Townsend, Hunter Verhey, Braden Gould, and Katrina Burris. The honor group is sponsored by Jeff and Joyce Cole, Jennifer Windler, Brent and Donna Veldheiser, and in memory of Wayne Berninger, Sally Berninger. Coming into the ring now is for Grand Champion Showman. After the conclusion of the Grand Champion Showman, there will be special awards and recognition to follow.
So as we wrap up this Master Showman, I want you guys to give all of them a good round of applause. So when Dave and Liz asked me to if I was interested in this, and they told me that showmanship will be your toughest class of the day. I was like, yeah, okay. This is very hard, honestly. Showmanship isn't one, like I said, here in the ring. It is at home, what you work with, your knowledge. It is your time to shine to put it in the ring, but it's all learned at home. We work these kids a lot. I will be honest with that. We're probably rolling over on time, but honestly, I think if you deserve to win, let's bring it out. I'm going to challenge you. These four individuals, you're smaller showmen, you're more experienced showmen. We drove you guys really, really hard. I congratulate you all. You guys did an awesome job doing different things. We asked different questions to get you the first round weeded out. Then we asked some more questions. Asked you guys to switch animals. The one thing that I did, I went to go look at the hide and pulled on the hide. One person did turn their head towards me, which I really liked. Most of you also, when we asked you to switch animals, were able to go around and look at the animal and evaluate it just in case we were to ask, what do you like about this animal? What don't you like about this animal? So you didn't just grab the halter and like, hey, what do you like about this animal? And then you're like, well, I don't know, I never looked at it. Another thing down at State Fair is I was down in senior showmanship down at State Fair one year, and the judge drew a line onto the ground and said, her front feet right there, not over, not next to, right on that line. So that kind of gives you a little work with your animal a little more because you have to gauge those steps. You have to put pressure on her to take a smaller step, a larger step to get that to line up. You guys did a very good job of doing that, getting them pretty much right on the line, and I congratulate you all. Like I said, thank you for having Ross and I here. When I was at my county at home in my high school, showmanship was a big deal when going into that master showman, and that was my goal to win. So I understand all of you guys out here to win. You want to go into that master showmanship, prove everybody wrong. I was never supposed to beat the beef showman because he showed all species and I only showed 3. Beat him. He got 3 reserves and I had 1 grand, so that was the way it went. So I congratulate you all. I'm going to have Ross go out and pick our Supreme Showman and Reserve Supreme Showman. You guys all did a great job trying to weed you guys out. It wasn't easy. We had to keep driving. So I congratulate you guys all. If you have any questions about what we did or anything, I encourage you to just come talk to us. Once again, congratulations to you all, and give them another big round of applause. So it was honestly really hard to choose between these. We kept driving and driving them just to see if they would do different stuff. Each one did something better than the other one did something else that I liked as well. You did a really good job. And so we just had to keep driving them, keep working with them. Honestly, showmanship is one of my favorite things. It's one of those things where you don't need the best animal to win. You can use your animal that you place last, middle of the class, first with, and win showmanship. So with that being said, the young lady did a wonderful job all day, just spot on the money. The one thing that really set him apart is when I went to go grab that hide, she turned that head towards me. That gives it more play so I can grab that hide a little easier. But you guys did a both outstanding job. The fact that we just had to keep driving you guys just to set you apart, you guys should be very proud. You guys did very well. Congratulations.
Your grand champion dairy showman goes to Emmon Townsend. Her plaque is sponsored by Elizabeth Byers, and her chair is sponsored by Bob and Dana Kane, as well as Andy and Brenda Klinkhammer. Your reserve grand champion showman goes to AJ Klinkhammer. His trophy is sponsored by Julie and Kyle Klemek in memory of Jill Plantinga. Please stick around as we still have special awards and recognition.
We'll be doing special awards here real quick. We're waiting for, hopefully the kids back in the barn will show up and some other little things. But in the meantime, thank you all. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for being here. Whether you like it or not, welcome to the new facility. So hope you appreciate it. If you still have the old memories, that's great. A big thank you to the Willoughbys. We have some cupcakes back there. A big thank you to the good ones for the cookies back in there. For those of you who are still listening or so, tomorrow barn cleanup is at 10 o'clock. So please be here back by 10 o'clock. Also, if you would grab some shovels and clean up from here back to the barn, and we'll prove that once again we're the barn, or that we're the group that really cares on trying to keep stuff clean. So thank you on that part of it too. Loadout is after 10 o'clock tonight. So it's not like in the past where I pull the trailer in and we load a whole bunch up and away we go. So load up is after 10 o'clock tonight on that part of it. Big thank you to our table workers for all being up here. We just can't get rid of John, Julia. They keep coming back, so they're great, and we haven't pissed them off yet. A big thank you to the Pearls and the Lohmeyers who are running the shake booth. Hopefully everybody's been putting their time over there. I think we're all learning you really don't want the night shift, but guess what? You might get it, so good job on that part of it. Thank you to Dan, Sean, Elizabeth as assistant superintendents on this stuff. A big thank you to Mr. Klein, Andy Klein, whatever you want to say. He's the master of this whole facility. And so he's the one that you like it, you don't like it, you yell at me. You like it, you talk to him. But he is the one that's making this place what it is. So a big thank you, honestly, everybody, to Mr. Klein. Dairy judging.
Okay, so we had, I think, 3 different teams. So if you participated in dairy judging, can you guys come on down here, please? Okay, so our junior team consisted of Adam, Riley, Alex, and Jacob. They got second place at our district contest, and they also placed first at state. So let's give them a round of applause. So junior team, dairy judging, junior dairy this is Dare judging. No, there's everybody. You're okay. Everybody move go that way. Go that way. Okay, and then our senior team consisted of AJ, Kat, Emma, Rachel, Grace, Katie, and Teresa. They got first place at district and fourth place at state. So please give them a big round of applause.
That's it?
Yep.
Well, gee whiz. Okay. I do know, I'm just going through my notes real quick, and we'll go from there. 4-Hers, move off to the side. If you would, please, other than Molly, Andrew, AJ, Gabriel, and Peyton. So we're going to open the gate, and parents, if you're out there, please come out here. Tim and Beverly, Paul and Jen, Chad and Heather, Andy and Brenda, Mike and Jody. So if the parents would please come out. Kelsey, go that way. We always kind of push that we're a family. Sorry. Every year when it gets these 10-year kids. But I do want to introduce them. Molly, Tim, and Molly we had for 2 years here now. She's going to be heading to Dordt University, is where she's off, be studying animal science and things like that. Go ahead and step up a little bit, Molly, so we can all kind of see you. She really loves a little bit of everything, and she's got so much spunk and everything else. So thank you, Molly, for joining our dairy group. Andrew, really? Andrew, we got for 4 years. He's heading off to Purdue, and he's going to be studying plant genetics. And our outstanding exhibitor this year goes to Andrew Reilly. So congratulations. 10-year members or 10-year 4-Hers or whatever, getting a $500 scholarship also. Gabriel Lehman. Gabe. There he is. Gabe's good at hiding stuff, so we got to thank Gabe. Gabe's off to Ivy Tech. He said construction. It might be women. We have to figure out exactly what Gabe's doing. But as listening to Chad and Heather say, they don't know what Gabe's doing. But we considerably thank Gabe for his years for being with the Dairy Club. AJ Klinghammer. AJ is off to Purdue studying Ag Econ is what he's going to be doing. Which house? Chauncey. He's heading the Chauncey Co-op house. Now, I'm a past co-op person, so that's either plus or minus what he's going to be doing at Purdue on that part of it. But we do want to really say very big congratulations for Emma winning the Dairy Showman, but AJ will be representing the Supreme Showman tonight under the Beef umbrella. So we're going to be cheering for both of them. And so we're rooting hard and heavy for AJ and Emma tonight for the Supreme Showman. So congratulations, AJ, and thank you for your 10 years of service. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
And definitely last but not least, Peyton, if he would please. Peyton's off to the Air Force, so he is officially joining the military service. He's here to take care of us, survive with us, do what needs to be done. He's willing to put it out there, everybody. And I can go back to year 1, 2, probably to 5, but I'd really like to drop kick him. But you know what? Peyton's there, and we're proud of him. We're excited for him, and we wish him the total best. Thank you very much for being with us, Peyton. The last thing I think I know is all 4-Hers with your purple, if you will join someplace, we're supposed to do a group photo. And once again, if you kind of clean up as you disappear, you go from here, you go back to the barn. Thank you all for the support and everything you do for this club. It takes a family, and we're a family. Thank you all.